Okay, here I am. And thanks for joining, John Rivers. Uh, Unfortunately, this is just an edit stream today because it's Saturday. I usually stream my game dev Monday through Friday, and then I'm usually editing the footage uh, on Saturdays. So um, you can stay as long as you want. You can leave whenever you want. It's cool. Uh, and I'll probably have my in fact I always turn on the desktop audio because I usually play some of the footage from my video while I'm editing it, so and I'll have the audio on at least, then it won't be like periods of silence. But yeah, yeah, it's good to have it dated and whatever. So that's usually why I never actually work on the game without streaming it. So sometimes I'll have my quote unquote super secret streams, and all that really means is I don't advertise it everywhere. Right now I'm posting to X. I'm posting a couple of like a subreddit and um, the Redot forum, and then of course a bunch of discords, and then IRC. In fact, I oh no, I just did IRC. That's right. Anyways, so I there's a bunch of places I post to, and I'm mostly doing that until I think I've gotten enough traction that I don't need to start posting like all the time. So I'm almost posting almost every day. So much to the chagrin of some people that frequent those forums. But all the ones that all the discords I post in are allowed. So um, just give me a second because I am pulling stuff up here. Actually, I can switch to my desktop. I think now. There we go. And I am so I'm actually using Redot in Linux, and you can pronounce it any way you want. I used to pronounce Godot, until everybody started saying Godot, and I was just like, okay, that's the way I'll pronounce it. And then when came in, I decided I'm gonna pronounce it Redot because that's the way I want to pronounce it. That's just how I want to do it. But yeah, so I am up to update number 33. This is actually number 33, as you can see on the stream title, and it's actually literally the 33rd update right now, which is kind of interesting because the way it caught up. Because originally, I was so okay. So for the first 3 months, I was basically I was editing on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and so I'd do development for 2 days and then do an edit day, and then another 2 days, and I wasn't actually caught up. I wasn't actually caught up until about like last month, and the somehow the update number coincided with the actual edit stream number, and so now it's edit stream 33, but it's also update number 33. Anyways, I go through the whole process of editing my updates, and so I just started posting the updates semi recently. I think you've seen some of them. I think you actually commented on. I don't know if you commented on just the stream or one of the updates, and I'm just putting the updates in there. Well, partly for content, so there's more stuff for people to watch, but also partly just in case somebody doesn't want to watch a stream, or they couldn't watch a stream because their time zone is like way different, or they're working or something. You can always go and look at past streams and kind of skip around, but if you would just want what was being done, you can just watch the updates. You don't have to watch the streams. Anywho, actually, the first thing I need to do, which I probably should have done already, is actually converting my clips. So since I use OBS, And I thought there were more clips here for this week, but maybe not. Um, OBS has a habit of recording with a dynamic frame rate, which means frame rate changes depending on what's on the screen. And editors don't really like that, so um, I am going to go ahead and I'm actually using Handbrake to convert them to MP4s and a constant frame rate, so that I know exactly what I'm getting. Plus, it makes the file sizes smaller, and these file sizes, these aren't very big. Why? Because they're not very long. So when they get converted to MP4s, it's going to be even smaller. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. Open directory, go to videos, OBS, clips, open, and then, and this isn't very long. In the early times, I was recording the whole stream. I recorded the whole stream, and it'd be about 2 or 3 hours, and so it would take a while to convert files. But I changed the way I'm doing it so that I don't have so much footage to comb through. So I basically, at the end of every stream, I make a little recording and I show what progress was made that day. And then I added them into the various clips and until the finished update. So um, I think the earlier edits are probably a lot better than these ones, because these ones just they just kind of show what I did, right? And it's mostly me talking, but sometimes I show the actual, either the code or the thing running or whatever. But um, these ones, when they finally get uploaded, probably won't do as even as good as the other ones do, and they're not doing that good. It's not horrible, but it's not, it's not that great. Anywho, let's see, add all to queue, and we'll just go ahead and start that. And so I don't mind doing them on screen because these don't take very long. It'll take a few minutes for that to convert over. And I guess in the meantime, I can go ahead and start creating my. Here, let's open this in a new tab. I'll start creating my folders and where I put stuff. And let's see here. Game dev clips. These are sources. So I'll have to create a new folder here. And it's April 25th. So it'll be what, the 21st, the 25th, I think. 21st to the 25th. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's rename that. 00033. I just put a bunch of leading zeros on my project files, just in case, I have bunches of them, and just so that they're like in a particular order. April, no, APR 21st through. Oh, you know what? I didn't start doing that. Where I do the. Oh! I see why I did that. If you notice here, February 10th and 11th, right? 13th and 14th. In fact, these are the ones up until 24 that are not a week long. Now, this is a week long. This is through February. This is through March. This is also through March. But then we have April, March through April. So that's why I started putting the month abbreviations there into the title, because sometimes they cross over between 2 months. April 25th, 2025 sources. This is where the MKBs will go when I'm done. Let's see. Okay, that's fine there. Now, then I need to go into dev stuff. And that's where I have Blender. See, I have Blender. I got Redot. I got a copy of Godot 4.3. So just in case, I am I run into a bug and I want to see if it works the same on Godot. Redot is 4.3 is an exact fork. You know, I mean, I'm sure they had bugs that they had to fix and stuff. So almost everything that runs in Redot 4.3 runs in Godot 4.3. And Godot is actually up to 4.4 now. And in fact, they even are showing some previews of 4.5. But Redot is still with 4.3 right now. I guess they're not going to put any 4.4 changes until a little while, until it's I guess proven to be bug free or relatively bug free or something. Anywho, let's go into Blender. Let's go into Blender projects. Let's go into video projects. And then let's create a, well, first let's go into library, source video. And in fact, what I should do here is, I always do this, rename, Control C, and escape. And then I go back over here and create new folder. And then, oh, whoops, rename, Control V, and those are, it's the same file name, but the MP4s will be going in here. And then let's go back up to projects. Let's go to this. Okay, so create a new folder. Control V, and I call this update that. And then let's see how the thing is doing. It looks like it's done right now. So let's go ahead and clear completed jobs. I always like to do that just to make sure that there's not still stuff in there. And that's good. Now what I need to do is OBS clips. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut these. Cut. And we'll go into this. It's I guess it's kind of complicated or whatever, because I got these folders everywhere and stuff, but this is just the way I decided to start organizing things. Okay, so I can actually close that. And then we're actually going to go back in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and fetch the, there we go, these, cut, paste. There, now everything is in the place it's supposed to be. Yeah. I guess I can close this tab too, because I don't need, well, maybe I'll leave it up, because when I render it later, the video will go in here. Okay, so I have everything I need. Now I need to start up Blender. And this is 4.3. I haven't upgraded to 4.4 yet. I don't know when I'm going to do that, but so far this is working okay, and I'll decide later, I guess. And then I already have a template, and all these are, and that's the other thing. I could be using DaVinci, that's the free version of DaVinci Resolve. I could be using, in fact, let's shrink this down because I want to be able to see the chat in the restream chat. Here, we'll do that. Anyways, most people will be using some sort of editor. There's plenty of good ones. There's plenty of good free ones. But at one time I had this idea of doing my whole game and everything in Blender. You know, they took Blender Game Engine, which was a real-time component. They have Eevee, which is a real-time rendering, but the Game Engine allowed you to make games out of Blender scenes. And then, so at some point, I was going to do that, so I like doing everything, including video editing in here. Cannot get used to Blender's modeling controls while staying used to Unity and Unreal. Yeah, that's kind of the big deal about Blender is getting used to its interface. Once you get into hotkeys and stuff, it's actually not that bad. And all I'm really doing right now is just the video editor part right now. I'm not even doing. I mean, I played around with the modeler and I did a few tutorials and things, but mostly just been using this as a video editor. Because at some point, I'm going to also use Grease Pencil for my game because of the animations. Anyways, so we got this, and what I need to do is go into here. Actually, first I need to save this. So let's go ahead and save this as a I already made 33 in here, right? Okay, and so Control V. Oh, I thought I still had that. All right, let's do it this ways. Source video. Here. It doesn't really matter which one I take it from. Rename. Let's just select this part. See that, and then let's go back into Blender, and let's. I keep forgetting I can't right click on here in Blender for some reason, so I have to Control V and save as. Okay, so now we're actually in the project folder. That was just a template. I had a few of my settings set up. It's got these are actual scenes. This is here. Let's show that. You know, Enchanted Lands update, and I have to actually change that to 33. And then I can probably move some of this. Here, let me see something for a sec. I can actually move this. I'm going to leave it like there and leave the gap in it, kind of semi on purpose. This is the this is actually the exit clip, basically. So if I go over here, thank you for watching, you know. And then this has dates. And so I'll have to change all those dates when I get to it. In fact, I can actually do that right now. I probably should here. So we're starting with the April 21st. That. And let's go up to this one. April 22nd. I'll select this one. Move it up here so I can see it. April 23rd. Yeah, and so okay, so the idea was originally that I would produce more updates more often when I was starting out, just to get more content so more people would see it early on. And so I was doing 2 times a week. I was editing 2 times a week, but I wasn't actually getting the edit done uh, during each of the edit days. Eventually, I did catch up, like I said, though. And so right now, I'm actually on the single week that you see here. And then I'm planning on, after another 3 months worth, let's see, 24, it would be another 3 months, so it'd be another 24. So it'd be like when I'm at, no, it won't be 24 because I'm having the amount of videos I'm having per month. So it'll actually be half the videos. It'll be 12 videos. So when I'm on like 36, I think, when I'm on update 36, then I'll switch to once every 2 weeks. Although I still might be, I still might actually be doing my edits every Pardon me, every Saturday. Or I might take every other Saturday off or something, maybe, when I start doing that. Okay, so that was Wednesday, April 23rd. And let's see something here. What's the problem here? Oh, for some reason, I don't know, yeah. And all I'm doing to pan around is I'm using my middle mouse button. And then it moves it around, so Zoom actually changes the timeline. It zooms into the timeline essentially with the mouse wheel. Okay, so that was April 23rd. Let's select the next day, which would be Thursday, April 24th. Okay. All right. And then let's finally go to the last one, which is April 25th. April 25th. All right. That should do that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and save it, and then I am going to go ahead and bring in my video clips, which, like I showed on here. How come? Let's see something here. There we go. Let's leave it like that. So library, that's where I put the MP4s, and so 30, 30, number 33, and then I start dragging them in, and I don't exactly abut them to the intro card, or the whatever you want to call it, the date card yet. Yeah. So the controls, Blender is supposed to be like one of the more difficult programs to use. It just takes practice, basically, like with anything. You start with it, it'll be really slow, and then you learn the hotkeys, and then you'll start doing things faster and faster, more efficiently, that sort of thing. Okay, so that would be the 21st. This would be the 22nd. And like I said, these aren't wasn't very much to do in this week. I had a bug which was crashing the Redot editor, and I still haven't figured out how to solve it yet. I have a couple of ideas, and I was actually using Grok to help me figure it out. Anyways, so what happens next is I'll go through them, I'll play them, and actually I'm gonna see how long they are first though. So page up goes to the next edit point, basically the next clip, I should say. So that's useful. It's not as useful when you have like a billion cuts, but as far as being able to navigate through the thing here, it's pretty useful. So we're at 33 seconds there, and 250. So it's just over two. It's like 2 minutes and 20 something seconds, and then we'll go up to the next one. This starts at 450 and at 750. That's actually 3 minutes. And I try to keep these clips down to about 2 minutes, so that the update can be not much longer than say 10 to 12 minutes in there. The 8:16 to 11:36, 8:16 to 10:16 is 2 minutes, to 11:16 is 3 minutes. So this is just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Of course, this is short, 12:21 to 14:36. Oh, it's about 2 minutes, I guess. And then this looks like it's less. Oh, the reason that, okay, so this is that thank you thing. I'll put this back here somewhere. 15:16 to 16:38. So it's just barely over a minute. And as you can see, it's totals about 16 minutes. I could actually put these closer. In fact, maybe I'll do that. And the only reason, okay, let's turn the snapping off. This is this little horseshoe is a snapping deal that allows me to snap to various, like other clips or markers or whatever. Um, okay, so we're gonna put this close. I'm gonna go ahead and put this a little bit closer to this too. And I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna move this fairly close. Not the closest, but close enough. Yeah, let's do that. And I already selected that. What am I doing? Okay. And let's just go ahead and do the same thing over here. Okay. So I'm just gonna make these close enough, but to where I have some room. Because sometimes when I edit stuff, I like to have a little extra room around it. So if you're looking at there, now we're under 15 minutes, and I could almost use this as is, but I'll probably have to still do some editing in between here. So I'm gonna start by playing the clip, and then I'm gonna be silent while it's you should hear the audio because I have the audio on. Let's see, what's this? I do need help. I'll look at that later. And games from scratch. And hold on just a second. Try to clear off these. Uh, okay, well, I'm technically there's somebody in my Discord that I've become quote unquote friends. It's just the thing in the it's a contact or whatever in Discord here. I'm technically using Redot, but it's not exactly the same as Godot 4.3, but won't be necessarily the same as Godot 4.4. But you can ask questions if you need help, and I'll try to answer. Someone's using Godot and they want some help, so I answered him and said I'd go ahead and answer any questions that they have, even though I'm actually using Redot, which is, like I said, it's a fork. In other words, but this is a fork of 4.3, so 4.4 is going to be a little bit different. It's going to have some new features. It's going to be maybe a few more or less bugs or whatever. I guess they had a bunch of bugs on release, but they fixed them in a 4. Like 4.41.1 update or something. Okay, so let me start this, and I'll be silent, and you'll actually hear my recordings here. It is Monday, April 21st, 2025, and today I'll show you what I got done. What I got done is this. Okay, so right now I changed the. Okay, so here, let's not the door. There. I changed the system for getting I changed the system for deleting rooms, so I can just do it. If you notice, I have a real bad problem with stuttering and stammering on here. I don't have a stuttering problem. I don't have a speech impediment, but it's just that when I am on stream and I'm talking, sometimes my mouth gets in front of my brain or vice versa, and I end up going, repeating over and over again, stuff like that. So, and what's funny is I started this. Now I've done streams before, and I've did videos before, like a long time before. So up until 2019, I was doing videos and stuff that it wasn't getting much traction. um, but so like when I restarted here at last Thanksgiving. So November 2024 is when I actually officially started this time. I had before I restarted the game several times, and the idea for the game came in 2005. So it's been a long going ongoing thing, and so each time I tried to restart trying to make it, and eventually I created a kind of a system that kind of ensures that I'll at least follow through and be able to actually do it and not really have be able to. I won't really need to stop. It should um, it should allow me to complete it basically. So I'm actually making a. It's going to be a fully interactive point and click adventure game, like the kind you play in the early '90s. If you ever heard of Sierra Online, um, I think they used to be called Online Systems, and then they switched to Sierra Online at some point in the '80s or the '90s, somewhere in there. I think in the '80s, I think. And and then of course LucasArts, which used to be Lucasfilm Games, which is a video game spin-off from Lucasfilm, George Lucas's movie production company. And then so any of those games like The Secret of Monkey Island, Maniac Mansion 2, Day of the Tentacle, which is one of my personal favorites. And then there's several others that they did in the '80s and '90s, and then of course Sierra did the Quest series, like the King's Quest and Space Quest and Police Quest and Gabriel Knight, and they done a bunch of games. Leisure Suit Larry, which I've never really played because at the time Leisure Suit Larry is kind of R-rated, sort of. I'm sure it's really tame by today's standards though, but at least the early ones. The later ones, I've seen some screenshots, and they're kind of racy. They're kind of adult in nature because of what Leisure Suit. Yeah, Escape from Monkey Island, right? Escape, I think. Wait, is Escape? Escape was number 4, wasn't it? Let me see. Hold on a second. And actually, I shouldn't be too far away from. Okay. Developed, okay, released by LucasArts 2000. That was the 3D one. That's right. Um, yeah. Why am I getting pinged? Oh, wait, okay, interesting. Um, okay, so what was I doing? Oh, Blender. There we go. I was like, what was I doing? Uh, The Curse of Monkey Island is number 3, and that was the one that looks like a cartoon because it's like an animated cartoon basically. That's when Ghost Pirate LeChuck comes back as Zombie Pirate LeChuck, and the fourth one, Escape from Monkey Island, is the 3D one. It's their was their first 3D version, and it was okay. Escape was okay, but I always like the older stuff better. Anyways, so my game is going to be like those, but um, because of all the times I had trying to make a game and trying to get something done, I'd either come up to a point of where I'd hit like some sort of programming problem, or I'd have problem conceptualizing or laying out stuff, or putting things together in my head. And so I decided to do it slightly different, where I do this in phases. Now it's going to take infinitely longer than if I would just make the game by itself straight out. but I decided I was going to do the simplest form of narrative game, which is a choose your own adventure. So I'm going to be using the same story, and I'm going to be constantly iterating on the engine, so that actually let's open it. Let's do this in a new deal because restream tends to stop whenever it's not in focus, and that means it's out of sync. But since I'm not actually watching restream, it probably doesn't matter as much right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and open a new window anyways. Let's go ahead and shrink that down so I can still see the chat window. I mean, I really should, I suppose, get with the times and find a plugin or something that actually shows the chat on the screen or something. But I'm usually too busy to start looking for other stuff, and I'm using Linux Mint Debian Edition, which is basically Linux Mint is based on Ubuntu. I don't know if you know anything about Linux, and I only barely know a little bit just because I've been using it. But Linux Mint, so Ubuntu is based on Debian, and Linux Mint is based on Ubuntu, but they had this fallback thing because the guys that own Ubuntu are starting to do some, I guess, what they call some kind of shady stuff. They have their own package manager called Snap, and then they have there's some to do with ads, and there's certain things they have these certain kinds of packages and stuff. It's just they have their own deal, and they're starting to do this for profit thing. And so a lot of people are concerned that they're going to go away from the open source or free thing. And I just went ahead and decided to do Linux Mint Debian Edition because I heard it was more stable. But that also means that it's older. It means all the software packages are older. Not that you can't find newer stuff for it or you can't upgrade it, but most of the system packages, like when you go into a package manager, and I don't know if you know, like I said, if you know anything about Linux, but Linux has their stuff based around a package manager, which means you download software through. It's sort of like an app store. It's like the Windows Store or the Android App Store, the Google Play Store, or I should say Android App Store is the Google Play Store. I meant the Apple App Store, whatever Apple calls theirs. And that's really kind of what a package manager is. It's like a central repository. In fact, you can see it here. This is the software manager, and I guess a software manager isn't the same as the package manager. Package manager is literally the thing that installs your software and stuff. I don't even know how it all works, so don't quote me on any of it. But these tend to have programs in them that are only in the repository at whatever version. So if I go to Blender here, this is Blender 3.4. In fact, it looks quite a bit different. In fact, it almost looks like it's not even using the 3 interface, because I think the 3 interface was they were starting to use the things on the side here. So you're probably looking at a version 2 point something interface, but the latest version of Blender they have is 3.4. So if I were to install that, I'd be installing an older version. Right now I just directly downloaded Blender from their website, and you can still do that. But that's one of the weird things about Linux. So some of this is older software, and why was I saying this? I don't know if you know why I was saying this, but I even forgot what I was saying. Anyways, let's get back to the game. What I was going to show you about my game, anyways, is here. Let's go to the adventure game roadmap. Okay, so this says basic choose your own style game, choose your own adventure style game. So right now it acts as a choose your own adventure, right? So that means you hit a button and it picks a choice and it goes to a different page or different. I call them rooms because eventually they're going to be rooms. And then I'm going to change it. I'm going to update it each time. So phase 1 is this part. So when I actually get this game done, I'll probably release it on like itch.io or something, itch.io, and then navigation system. So then I'm going to separate the navigation systems. Right now, you hit a number key, or keypad number to pick your choice. In the later on, I'm gonna have probably using WASD uh, keys to move north, south, east, and west, and they'll actually be separate choices than the actual game choices. And then two, room independence for usability. Basically, it just means right now I have a bunch of pages, a bunch of rooms essentially, and I'm gonna make it to where it uses the same file each time, even though it's a different time of the game, different page, you might say. Um, I'll go to the same location, and it's just basically, I start adding multiple player characters. I'll start adding some basic like images and some background music, like some public domain or CC 0 or whatever um, music in the background. Then I add a parser, and that's for text adventure, or what they call interactive fiction. It used to be called a text adventure because it was text. The original adventure was on a mainframe computer, and they call it what Colossal Cave Adventure. And then eventually, this whole slew of like these text-based games were made. And then Sierra Online, this couple named Ken and Roberta Williams. Roberta had this husband and wife team. Roberta had an idea for a game, and her husband knew how to program, and so he programmed it. And it was technically the first graphical adventure game, which means it had like crude like stick figure graphics that could be drawn on the Apple II, called Mystery House. And that's where whenever you hear the term graphic adventure, it's because they all used to be text, and then they started introducing graphics into them. Then they were known as graphic adventures because now you had something to look at instead of just reading stuff. Anyways, just to give you an idea of how my game works, so I'm going to start it as a choose your own adventure, and then eventually I'm going to change it, evolve it, and I'll base each phase on the previous phase, and there'll be some changes, and hopefully I'll be able to complete a game. So, but right now, of course, it's just the choose your own thing that I'm working on here. And also in here is I'm working with the editor, so that here I can actually show you that too, because you can't really see that well on here. But let's open dev stuff in a new tab here, and I'll go to Redot, and then I'll go to, I don't know how much of my stuff you actually watch. If I were you, I'd just skip around, or just look at the updates. You can watch those, and you can even watch those sped up if you want. But so this is actually the Redot editor, which is exactly the Godot editor with different colors right now. So these are all individual rooms here, and they're actually made up of JSON files, and JSON are just basically text files. That is it's called JavaScript object notation, which I guess was I don't know, it must have been made for JavaScript originally, but so here, and this is just what a room is consisting of, right? It's just some text description, the choice that you make, and all that stuff. And then here, I'll even show you the game playing here. So you hit the one key, and it goes to the next page, and I don't have any choices on here yet. I haven't actually gotten to that part yet where I actually start making decision points. So right now, the only thing you can do is go on to the next page, but this is like the whole story of the game here. In these sort of these are like events. Someone tells the knights they're using real weapons, and dragons are terrorizing small villages. That just says something that's happening. It's not a narrative yet exactly. And then 0 to exit. And then I'm trying to make the editor here be able to help me lay out my tools. If you can see here that these are all these are rooms, and essentially a room is, like I said over here, there's an ID, there's an origin, there's a label, which is the display name, there's a description, and then there are also these doors, and a door is just the choice that you choose 1 through 9 right now, and then the destination's actual essentially it's the file name, but it's also the location name, and then the ID is door to this location. So basically, I've been trying to do that, and I've been trying to make this work. Whenever I use the subtraction here, what happens here is if I go into the actual program, the script editor, and this is just what they call GD script, and so it's based on Python, so it's heavily about like indentation and stuff. But if I start typing, like I hit enter in there, that's actually type something. If you can tell, it's now it crashed, and that's what I've been trying to fix most of this week. Structure right first is best. Yes, you can later focus on format and style and embellishments. Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of exactly what I'm doing, really, mostly. So, um, right. So, choose your own adventure is the kind of the simplest form of narrative adventure or narrative game, you might say. It's the old game books where it told you, you're standing in front of an old haunted house, and do you want to go walk around the grounds and explore, or do you want to go, open the front door or something? And then it tells you to turn to a page. And so this is what this choose your own adventure style thing is, basically. Anyways, let me get back to playing this here. Do this. Let's just do that. Okay, so we just put a semicolon in here, which means there's some data. Technically, there's some data. If I hit save, okay, it suddenly put in destination, and what it do is add a door to star star star. So basically, what it does is it fills it with garbage data and attempts to create the door anyways. Because I didn't want to have you accidentally, you do that and you get save again, and yeah, um, YouTube doesn't usually let you link in chat. You can contact me on Discord, though, even though I don't have my own channel. Let's see, where's my Discord info? Um, just a sec. That didn't back it up where you use version control or something. Where am I going? I'm going to. Oh shoot! I should have this on the screen. Yeah, YouTube doesn't usually let you link in chat. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I think display name, username. Okay. Anyways, you can here. Let me put it into the chat. Can contact me as that's good on Discord. There. That's weird. It shouldn't have showed up twice in the. Done that before. That's weird. I don't know if you can see. Well, you can't really see this because my webcam is covering it up. But sometimes when I type into the chat into Restream. Restream is a multi-broadcast deal, so I'm actually streaming to both YouTube and Rumble through Restream. But it has a chat up here, and so when you enter something into the chat, it will go to both YouTube and Rumble. But occasionally it'll like echo back into the chat for some weird reason, as if I had typed in there, as if I had typed it both places. So yeah, you can find me. Of course, my name is Ufgood, UHFGOOD, on Discord, and then even though I don't have my own channel, you can hit me up there. Let's see something here. And where else? Well, I'm on X. You can contact me X at Ufgood if you're on X at all. Actually, let's do the. There we go. X.com. Okay, what made that sound? Is that in here? Friends. Pending. There we go. I got you. Accept. Cool. Yeah. I'll wave. Wave to John Rivers. Okay. Okay. Cool. So you can send links or whatever in Discord whenever I'm around. Yeah, cool. Glad to have you watching the stream, especially on edit days, because most people find the editing stuff kind of boring. And let's see here. I was actually going to go to X. I don't care about notifications right this second. Let's just go to, I guess, profile. Here. Anyways, you know, it's at Ufgood, or you can probably just go there directly. It goes to my profile. So, anyways, that doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so let's go back to Restream here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and refresh Restream, because what happens is it gets out of sync, and of course it erases the chat. The chat is still in YouTube and Rumble over there though, but okay, let's go back to this. Okay, so let me go back to playing here. All it does is replace the semicolon. I didn't want to have you accidentally remove a room by hitting the specs, because you can change this room by changing the data in here. So I didn't want to do that. So, but you can still delete by making sure it's completely empty. If it's empty, save room data. Yeah, and all I'm showing here in this clip is I'm showing the fact that you can add doors to a room. So doing all this through the editor. So basically, you put a string in there that shows your choice and destination, and then it will build. It will actually save the doors in there as JSON objects, or as JSON objects in the file that it saves when you hit the actual save button. And I had it to where I had a semicolon in there, and if you took out the semicolon, it would actually delete the file and everything. And I was going, oh, you could probably accidentally just, you could remove something and like completely delete it. So instead, it doesn't do that. The only way to delete something is to actually completely remove the line, because what it does is it recreates the doors every time. So it loads up the doors, and then into the it loads up these the spec string into this array, and then when you clear it, when it saves the doors, it'll only save the doors that have a string in there. And all you need is just one character in the string, and it will attempt to save create a new door there. And so that makes it kind of foolproof, so that you don't accidentally delete something or do something funky. You can edit, you can change back, you can kind of fix something you messed up. It's now gone. It's now off of the deal, and it's out of there. The other thing I did is I added these two buttons: add button press, remove button press. It doesn't do anything right now, but tomorrow we're going to add functionality to add and remove rooms, and then be able to save them, and then finally, uh, I'll the only thing I'll have left to do um, is the connections, drawing the connections. Anyways, that's what I did today, pretty much, and that's about it. And yeah. Okay, so now we're actually get into the editing part. Now this is going to be the kind of the boring part. I'll try to keep up talking a little bit so that it doesn't stay boring. But let's do something here. That it is Monday, April 21st, 2025, and today I'll show you what I got done. Okay, so the first thing that I like to do is the whole thing about removing spaces, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. That's why you actually have some tools, online tools, and a few of the editing packages actually have uh, they use AI to actually automatically do this. But actually, you don't even really need AI because audio editors have been able to do this for a while. Remove the silence basically, and so this is kind of the same way. But now they're getting like AI to do it for some reason. But whatever automatically is a lot quicker than this. But I like to try to remove the basically the pauses out of it, and this is usually fairly tedious. So you're gonna have to bear with me. If you're watching, and I do this one of two ways. Okay, so the K key is for cutting, and it's what they call a soft cut, not a hard cut. That means you can. It just means it kind of marks where to cut at. So when you render it out later, it'll render it. But if not, you can actually you can move the ends. Like I could move the end of this here over that, and then I can move it back without actually losing anything. It's not like non-destructive. So I'm using K to cut, and then so I do it one of two ways. One is I make sure I'm at one end of where I want to start, and you have to make sure the video is selected, and then you have to make sure that where your cursor is. In Blender Video Sequence Editor, you if you're on the right side of the cursor, it will select everything on the right side of the cursor. If you're on the left side, it'll select everything that's on the left side. So I want to keep it right now. So when I hit K, then all of this is still selected, right? Now, I do this one of two ways. So the first way here is that doing one cut there, and then I can just move the end over here, and now I have a cut in between there. And then, of course, the other way that I do it is literally by two cuts, and then I select and delete. So select that, delete that, and that cuts in there. So if it's a smaller area, I'm normally just doing the thing here where you mark it. And in fact, I don't create the gaps every time either. I'll do a cut to start that, and then do that, and like that. And why am I getting that sound again? What's the? I'm getting another. Oh, I see. Somebody else. Um, so not see somebody on the Discord. They're using Godot and they accidentally deleted some code. So if they've saved it, then they've lost it forever. So if you have not saved the file before, uh, after deleting the code, then you can simply reload the file uh, under the file menu in the script window. But you should have some form of backup. If you want the simplest way, just make a copy of the file before you make a major change, and then make the change. You don't have you want simplest way, just make a copy of the file before you make a major change, and then make the change. Yes, re.dot is exactly like Godot 4.3. They've not updated re.dot to 4.4 yet. Okay. I'm actually, there's some in there that I guess they deleted some code or whatever, and I'm telling them if they haven't saved it yet, they can just simply reload the file. But they should have some sort of backup. And the way I've always done backup is I usually will put the folder in a zip file, and then I'll store it somewhere else. I'll make several copies, and then of course you can use Git or GitHub, and I've been using GitHub Desktop, but I have been having problems. The ease of use, it's pretty easy to use GitHub Desktop, but oh, when was this? Oh, that's the tscene file. Oh, let's commit, push. I don't care. The tscene file is always being changed, so it's almost like I don't need to update it exactly, but so it doesn't complain. Like I said, this is pretty easy to use. But let's say I want to go back to let's go going back to here. I right click. There's this reset to commit, which means it should reset to that when I committed that 2 days ago. But for some weird reason, uh, G drive. Yeah, I do have a Gmail account, but I don't use half the stuff that they have. It just maybe at some point I might use it. But so to me, this was a pain because I was trying to get, if you notice, it says reapply, revert, and all this stuff. And the funny thing is I screwed up the last time I tried updating something. And what I had done is I'd actually taken the source file, taken a copy of it, put it in text editor, and then at the end of the day, I went back and I restored it from the text editor. I just copied it back into my script, and I'm finding just the simple make a copy of it and put it somewhere to be simpler and easier and uh, less error prone than using this other stuff. Now, if I use git proper uh, on a local repository, it probably is okay. Right now, I have GitHub Desktop to sync with GitHub, and I had a friend that was saying that he uses Git on a local repository because then you don't have the thing about them owning your code or something. So there's probably something in GitHub that says you know, that they own stuff that you have on there or something dumb like that. I I don't much care at this point for this thing. It's because I'm putting it out for everybody to see, public MIT license or whatever. You can download the current version. You can screw around with it if you want. I don't know, sell it, whatever you do. It doesn't really matter that much to me. I'm just making something to make my game with. So, anyways, I've just found it's kind of dumb. It should be super simple. In fact, GitHub Desktop makes things kind of easier to set up a repository and stuff. Yeah, yeah, and I find that it's easier and it's a little bit more foolproof because I know there is I guess some kind of good thing. All the changes, as long as you commit them, you can revert back to them. But with a zip file or with a backup folder, for instance, I can just go in the backup folder. I can pull out my script file. I can copy it, and I can copy it back into my project. And there's no harm, no foul kind of thing. But anyways, yeah. So this person that I guess um, deleted some code, and he was wondering what to do about it. And all I said was, it's not much you can do about it, but if you haven't saved it, you can reload the file. And then I said, you should have some form of backup. And I said the simplest way is just to copy the file before you make a major change. Um, Here, give me another sec. I'm gonna answer them. Little changes are probably uh, okay. So you probably don't need a backup for something small. Another way you could do it is just copy a function and renaming it to something like, old or old something. Funk something old or old something. That way you can mess with the current version and just copy the text back over if you screw something up. I used to do that with block comments when you're doing any C language. You can use forward slash and then an asterisk, and then to close it you do an asterisk and another forward slash, and then it will comment the whole block. But GD script and either Godot nor Redot have block commenting. You have to comment every line with this little hashtag character. Anyways, let's get back to this. I'm getting off on that. Oh, it's 1:30. 1:30 means break, and I can't shirk my break. So it means I'm going to be off for about 30 minutes, and then I'll be back in about 30 minutes. So if you're still here, great. On the other side of the break. If you're not, that's cool too. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you on the other side of the break, or I'll see you some other time. So, yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. So, I'll talk to you in about 30 minutes. Okay, I don't know if anybody's here, but I'm back. And the reason I took such a long time is because, uh, let's actually get this. I haven't even barely started here. The reason it took so long is because the drip pan from the air conditioner was overflowing. And that means that the pipe was clogged, so I had to get the shop back out, put it on, hook it up, let it suck up the all the junk out of there. I need to forget, like you can put a little bleach or something into the piping somewhere, and actually keep it clean that ways. But until I do that, I have to occasionally have to go and suck it out with the vacuum. So everything seems to be should be okay right now. And let's see something here. Is my desktop audio is on? Of course, it was always on, but I don't have anything playing through my audio, so that's all right. So let's barely get started here. Okay. Page down goes down a clip. Page up goes up a clip. Backspace closes the gap. If anybody wants to know. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna continue cutting out some stuff here. So let's go ahead and And usually the spaces are enough that I only have an hour. I don't think I can necessarily finish this in an hour, but we'll try. That's not what I want to do. That, that. That. Okay. All right, let's go back up to there. Okay. Anyways, let me get back to let's get back to work. Back to work. Back to work, Keith. Okay. We're gonna delete. We're gonna. Did I? Okay, I already did. Delete. Go ahead and put a cut over here. And then we'll go over here and we'll back everything up. Go ahead over here, put another cut, and delete that. Down, backspace. Okay. I guess I'm zoomed in pretty far. And let's do this. Wait. Okay. Okay. Okay, save that. And let's go ahead and put it over here. Okay. So all I'm doing right now is just editing a little bit to remove some of this. And this can go like that. And this can be deleted. And this can go like that. And I backspace them. Then I will go ahead and wait a second. Did I? Okay, I did, I guess. And I'm just removing some of these spaces here. Delete, delete, delete. back. And here, I don't actually know how much I'm actually removing right now, but it might be just enough to keep everything in. I do usually go over the like I'll do some of the silent parts, but then I'll go over some of my dialogue because I do a lot of stuttering and stammering. So, uh, okay. So we'll delete those. Go ahead and delete. And seems like I guess okay. So I'm like at every 32 frames. So that's why it seems I'm pretty zoomed in. That's why some of these gaps are really huge. Because they're not actually huge, it's just I'm that much zoomed in. So delete, delete, delete. Oops. So let's just do this. Right. Next chunk. Alrighty. See, I didn't even really get to start, and part of it is kind of my fault, and part of it is just the way things worked out today. Okay. So I didn't. All right. And yeah, that's what I thought. And let's just delete that. And this will just go like so. Okay. Okay, let's backspace these. Completely empty. Right, making sure it's completely empty. Completely empty. Now let's see. Now I was gonna do this right now. I was gonna completely empty. Completely empty. Okay. So we'll just well actually we'll just go to there. That way. And we'll come over closer. Like I don't want to Okay, let's go ahead and something. Let's just do it on the big ones too. Let's do that. Let's do that. That. And let's now do it over here. See, it might be quicker to actually just do it this way. I don't have to worry about start and end deals. I just almost 2,100 hours here. Time for bed. Big day tomorrow. Having lunch with the family for a birthday. See you later. Have a productive rest of the day. Thanks, John. And come back anytime. It's 2:45 Eastern Daylight Time here in the it's the East Coast of the U.S. So um, yeah, so I'm on generally around now 11:30 my time to about 3:30, which is UK. What is that? 8:30 to um no, was it 5:30 to 4:30 to 8:30? So about 4:30 to 8:30 UK time, GMT or whatever. So you can kind of extrapolate. You can probably extrapolate based on your time there. So yeah, 2,100. It's almost 9 o'clock for you. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So I'll be back on Monday. Anyways, you have a good day too, if you're still here. Okay, let's go back in here and actually add these two buttons. Okay, so let's get this. Just do that. All right. And we'll get to these. And okay, there we go. Yeah, thumbs ups. Okay, let's go back here. I'm going to even do this way on the big ones and the little ones. Uh, Not too many little ones, but some of these are easy to mistake for silences. Anyway, see, it's like this little bit was actually a little bit where I was trailing off, and so that's actually not that big of a gap. And sometimes I kind of just don't care if I get, if I overcut something on the gaps here. Yeah. And I'm going to delete this. So check that out. All right. So this is what I am left with. $151. 20. Okay. 28. 28 to 128 is a minute. To 148 is a minute 20. So a minute 23. Something like that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna kind of do that with the rest of these too. Maybe even if I get stuttering and stuff in there, maybe it'll be fine because what I want to do is this rough cut. And if I do it in this rough way, then actually I played the first one. I should just go ahead and always do a silence pass. I should just do just from right from the start. Just do a deal where I denote the silences. 28 to 44. 12 to 28. That's 12. 32 to 48 is 16. No. 32 to 48. 32 to 42. Right, 16. Well, all right. 2020. Just gonna do the thing here. This is what we're doing. And all right. So, like I said, I'm gonna do the singles all the way across. By singles, I mean that I am going to drag the end to make the gap because I have to kind of do that anyways. And I have to. It's like an additional step or whatever. But if I do it this way, it's not this extra step here. See there? All right. Boom, boom. Okay. Save that. Oh, it's too. Oh, keep forgetting. There's times I think it's locked up, and really it just means that my mouse is out of the window. The mouse has got to be in the window before anything will work there. You can talk to me. You can talk to me. If you're lonely, you can talk to me. I know the words. Yes, but whoa. I guess I can delete that because that's the whole thing, wasn't it? Must have did that the older way. Boop. Talk to me. Feels like to me. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can go get some more spaces out of here. Even that's a little bit. I don't know, maybe I can do one there and just whoop, that. Sometimes I just do this anyways. And this can actually go back up there like this. And we can do this. And we can do this. And we can do it like this. And then we can do this. And then we can do this. Do this. This and this and this. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was just a key press, a key smack. Oops. Accidentally hit the right mouse button sometimes. Okay. You can talk to me. You can talk to me. If you're lonely, you can. Here, let's listen to this real quick. Until. Okay. Actually, we can do it over here too. All right. We'll just go ahead and do the old-fashioned way because these are super long. Uh, I'll leave that. Alrighty. All right. Let's do something. It's just a sound. Hey, close it up. Okay. Okay. Now you can tell I've fallen asleep in my chair. Wait a second. Check now. Nothing. I don't really know the words to the song. So I guess you really can't decide to sing along. But I know the chorus. I can pretend that I'm singing this song. Okay. Alley-oop. Alley-oop. Should be getting close here somewhere. Okay. Oh, it's pretty long spaces. Got some good spots here, though. Okay. 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 Hit subtract. Hit subtract. Okay. That's a real word. Hit. Hit subtract. Delete. Delete. Backspace, backspace, backspace. What else? Subtract. Select it, hit subtract. Okay, let's see if I can get the rest of this done. Yeah, this is a huge long one. And yes, I don't know if you can tell it. Maybe you can't because I'm looking down half the time. But I am practically falling asleep in my chair. As I'm editing, as I'm just sitting here. Still working on my sleep schedule. Still working on it. Um, I'll have it sorted out soon, I think. Almost there. Almost done with this. And see, it's almost time for me to be done for today. So I don't know, maybe two. Just give it two. Actually, you can probably tell I'm falling asleep here in the actual video too from the other day. And we'll go over to this guy. Oh. Some sort of mess. Actually, I might just leave that there. That's not really a silent spot. I don't know if I should try this one, but all right. Yeah, not much to do here. Or take out more of these Reese's peanut butter cups. That was the old jingle back in the 80s sometime. Remember, in the land of Dairy Queen, we treat you right. And yes, I am resorting to commerce, fast food slogans, and commercial jingles to keep your attention. Which is okay because there's nobody in there to keep the attention to, but I'll pretend anyways. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm falling asleep. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm doing. We have the Mentos Fresh Maker. Okay, so right here, yeah, I'm just gonna do it the kind of the newer way. I think it's kind of quicker. I'm not sure if it's that quicker though, but should be getting close to being done here though. You know, door just. All right, did I? Okay, I didn't already make that there. Kind of boring, I guess. Okay, this is probably a lot more spaces out of this because I'm a lot closer. I am doing every 16 frames instead of doing it like say every 32 frames. I might need to go back to that on the other clips. And that's one. Sometimes I can tell when it's just a completely flat space, and it isn't all the time, but completely flat means that there is absolutely nothing on that portion of the recording. Mm. Save it. All right. Let's do that, and should be getting close to the end, I think. I would think. Because it should just be, I think, close to the end. Okay. By 3:15 already. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do this the old way. 2, 2, 2. All right. And this all the way over. And there we go. Looks like I still have some coffee left. How about that? How about them apples? Click. Hoping I was getting to it. I don't remember what it ended up on. Where the another. Man, this is taking forever. All right. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. I suppose it's good that nobody's in here because that means I can get some stuff to. I tend to start talking to people, and then 336. Okay, so let's just we're gonna remove that. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna backspace. Alrighty. Let's see how much further we got. I'm only making it like 2 seconds at a time. It looks like. Okay. Actually, to the top. To the top. All right. Getting close. I can feel it. I can feel it. Okay, not that close. Uh. All right. Can you imagine? I got like 3 other videos to do like this. What we got? Delete, delete, delete. That looks that looks good. When will it stop? Okay, there it goes. There, this is when it stops. Okay. 347. Let's see what we got here. Two. Okay, so we got it under 2 minutes, which is fine. I mean, we kind of want it like that. Okay, what about this one? This one's kind of long, right? 7:10, 7:15. Well, this is the one that was almost exactly 3 minutes. Let's try to go until we're 32 frames or whatever away. So this is 4 seconds. This is 2 seconds. Or 1 second. Here we go. 16:48. Right? That's 32, right? Okay. How about I leave it like that? This one file, we're going to get it pretty close. All right. This probably shouldn't take as long. Although now it's almost time for me to go. I mean, technically speaking. All right. Let's see how much we can get done with this guy. Okay. Okay. This is always the boring part. Actually, I honestly don't expect anybody to stay around to watch this stuff. I'm just doing it to. It's part of the process. Something I need to get done. Put it on the scrolly. On the scrolly. I mean, other than boring stuff like this, I still like to figure out how to get more like subscribers or more viewers, essentially. not even necessarily worried about specific number of subscribers. I wanted to get enough people. I want to get enough people in here that I forget what I was saying. I don't have people here in here, so I don't need to post the link everywhere anymore. I mean, I could just stop now, I guess, and nobody would see it, right? Okay. Okay. Probably put this on. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's just what am I hearing? That's an I probably have a lot of ums in here, but I wasn't specifically seeking them out. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to see if I can finish this right up here. I don't know why it does that. The wrong kind of grabbing. Okay. And there we go. Back, 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 back. I don't know. This will be okay. Well, let's see something here. 436. I'm gonna check this out. I'm trying to see where the end of this is again. Okay, so 640 something. All right. Okay, 648 for something. So we're about 2 minutes out, right? 2 minutes in actual video time, not real time. Let's do this over here, that, and then we'll scooch it over. That's what I want to do. All right. Okay. What? I don't know what I did there. That's what I did there. Yeah, so if anybody watched me here, uh, oh, the rookie was asking me about, um, not yet. Maybe soon. Don't know. I'll have to get, I'll have to get the newest Blender here soon. I'm on 4.3 instead of 4.4.1 apparently. So, let's switch out a coffee cup for a water bottle. Awesome. Okay, 443, that's all right. A valid file. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and knock this out because that's nothing. That's a nothing burger. I mean, that's a nothing. Cindy Lauper girls just want to have fun stuck in my head like forever. Actually, I don't mind the song. It's just right now it's on playing on loop in my head. They wanna have fun. Oh, girls just a want. That's all they really want. Some fun when the working day is done. Oh, okay, sorry. Uh, oh, it's funny. Cyndi Lauper's "Girls Just Want to Have Fun" was actually is a song written by a dude, and I guess she changed it slightly to apply to a girl singing about they just want to have fun, but originally it was a guy, so I think that's kind of interesting. I heard the original somewhere before, but it's kind of interesting. It's like guitar, and I don't know if it was a demo. I can't remember if it was a demo tape or what, but I could entertain you with my singing. Nobody's watching, so it wouldn't matter, would it? Uh, Always, it's Mother God, just a broken lullaby by my love. By my... Some of these I just like know the choruses too, so I have to like sing like hum it or whatever. Then I can sing the chorus maybe. Some songs I know really well. I don't know the artist names. Like I've heard it a million times. I can sing all the words. I even know the name of the songs half the time, but I couldn't tell you who did it. Okay, let's get this show on the road. I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm past my time in a sense, just because I had to do the extra stuff today, and talking to John Rivers, which no problem talking to him. I'll talk with anybody in here. It's cool, but I didn't get that much done because sometimes I just like to chatter on, you know, just because I was trying to explain my game a little bit to him. Okay. I should be quicker about this, but I'm not. I hate it when it starts scrolling. I can drag and it won't drag the window, but I can do the dragging of the film strip and it moves whenever I get the edge, so kind of annoying. But that's the way it goes. Let's save that. And so now we're getting to the minute mark. So in footage, like if I had never like if I hadn't cut anything out since then, uh, I would be getting to the minute mark, and I'd still have a minute left to kind of like cut out or not really cut out, but cut to, I guess. So hopefully that means that this is going to be done pretty soon. Actually, let's okay. I got those K's in there. The K's are okay, I guess. I want to take a lot of the ums out. I want to stop saying when I am recording audio. And honestly, I'm not doing the fastest here. It should be like booking here. Trying to do this as quick as possible. Okay, so this, all right. Like, like, like it was. Okay, that's all right. I'll be able to cut that out. Um, not cutting like everything out, but work on the silences first, and then work on some of the other stuff. Because it really, a lot of this comes down to the silences, even the stuttering. But tracked. Okay, that's good. That means it's an actual word that I'm saying. Okay. I mean, it should be almost there. All right. I mean, it looks like we're getting towards the end of the video of the clip. I mean, okay. That. All right. See, sometimes the ums look like that. It looks like a little hump, and I can easily just kind of chunk those out. Usually. Okay. Oh, did somebody ping me in? Yes. Oh. Yeah, must have deleted that. That was an accidental. Backspace. Should be any time now. I'm already at the 6 minute mark, and I should have been able to chunk out enough there that I should be almost at the 6 minute mark. I mean, it should be the stuff, the chunked out stuff should be at the 6 minute mark. That'll do tomorrow. That'll do tomorrow. Fix. That'll do tomorrow. Okay. That's literally a word that I'm saying there. Fix. Okay. Some small areas here. Okay, so if I go ahead and check it out. Finally at this end here. Okay, let's zoom out and see if I got it at least almost 2 minutes here anyways. $354 to 6. 4 to 6. So it's just under just over 2 minutes by about 5 seconds, which is acceptable. Especially considering that I have two more to do, and I probably won't get them done today, at least not on stream. The good part is that this is, well, I'll probably chunk some of the silence out of this one too, but now this one, of course, is this one's 617. Go to 817, and then 830 something. So 16 seconds about. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So this is already 2 minutes. If I wanted to, I could just make sure that 22. If I just did every second on this, I mean, it's still kind of a long ways, but at the same time, uh, I mean that looks like, I mean, that could work, right? Today is Thursday. Okay. So we'll try it. Let's do this. Let's make sure this is all the way over here. We can do a couple of like really small ones because it's a second. So these are gonna be like seconds. Seconds also means that not as many gaps, which kind of makes it a little bit quicker too. I wonder if I should like try to make sure that these are all consistent like in the future. Like maybe I only do second gaps. Maybe I'll never do the smaller up gaps. Unless if it's like something that's so packed that it needs the extra. Oh, look at that. Okay. Well, this means I go all the way up here and I go ahead and this. And there. It does that. And we'll go ahead and do that. That way. Now it might take out just enough to keep it under 2 minutes too, so maybe I will look out this 1 second gaps. Actually, if I zoom in a little bit closer, they'll still be 1 second gaps because that's how it marks it off some of it, but it will actually be closer. Okay, get these, let's get these. Okay. All right, let's go over here. Actually, this is pretty good. These are actually super large here. The gaps. Not all the gaps are super large, but good, nice size ones. And okay, we'll get that one too. I know it's tiny, but we'll get some small ones in here too. Okay, so let's just pull it back. Oh, have to always keep my middle finger up in the air because too easy to hit the right mouse button, which in Blender means undo. Blender. I was watching some Laurel and Hardy the other day. Those guys are pretty funny. If you don't mind 1920s or 1930s, I should say, even though they were in silence, I don't usually watch silent movies or silent comedies, but I like most anything from 1929, which is when they started using sound. Okay, let's see something here. Okay, actually this can go a little bit. I had to find out where I was actually putting these in. Okay, backspace back. Okay, let's see how close we got to the end. Now we'll see if I chunked off enough seconds here to make it count. If I didn't, I might have to go in further. And really, I just need, like I said, I need a few short extra seconds that I can shave off of here. Let's see if we can do that. Do this thing. Okay. Looks like I got just under 2 minutes. So I can actually just kind of leave this here. In fact, maybe I should just do that from now on too. Um, so 617, 717 to 752. Yeah. 717 to 747. Right, that's a minute and 30. That's a minute and 35, 36 or something. That's pretty good. And then let's go ahead and do the same thing here. This is really short anyway, so anything I took out of it. Okay. All right. Okay. So this isn't very big. And the gaps are kind of okay. At least I will have gotten uh, this rough edit kind of done. just a second here. Get this out of here and get this out of here. And watch this. I mean, look at how many. And this is just at the second the 1 second granularity. Um, that's just dumb, so it can be removed anyways. Be able to do that. All right, so let's just do that. Is okay. And check that out. Look how much that took out. Well, okay, I'll allow the whelp part of it. Okay. See? Let's do. And there we go. That's not even. $8:47. It's not even 7:47, so not even a minute, see? Actually, we can just back this up. Let's just do that. Okay, so if you look at it, I even have some gaps in here in between these, and let's put a little bit of a gap there. What do you know about that? Okay, I'm actually gonna put this closer, but it's still gonna have a gap. And right, so we can. Right. So this one we can do that. Okay, good. Let's move these up here. Just it's so I can get a quick idea about how long this is actually taking here. This could almost be over here. And we can sort of take these. We can kind of jump up here just a little bit. See, it's under 10 minutes already. So, okay. So, I know it's for, should I end my stream or should I try to see if I can get this done? Here. Let me do a quick run through with okay. Okay. It is Monday, April 21st, 2025, and today I'll show you what I got done. What I got done is this. Okay, so right now I changed the, okay, so here, let's, not the door. I changed the system. Okay, so we can actually, okay, so here, let's, not the door. I changed the, now I changed the, so right now I changed, okay, I can do this. Delete, 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 and backspace. Now watch. Is this. Okay, so I changed the system for getting I changed the system for deleting rooms. So okay, so I changed the system for getting I changed the system for deleting rooms. Deleting rooms. The system for okay, so I can actually take now I can take this back like this. I changed the system getting I changed the system for getting I changed the system for deleting rooms. So I changed the system for deleting rooms. So now look at I changed the system. Okay, so I changed the system for deleting rooms. So I can just do this. Let's just do that. Okay, so we just put a semicolon in here, which means there's some data. Technically, there's some data. If I hit save, okay, it suddenly put in it. Technically, there's some data. If I hit save, it suddenly put in. Save. It suddenly put in destination, and what it do is add a destination, and what it do is add a door to start. Add a door. Okay, so I can kind of do this here. There we go. Add a door to star star star. So basically, what it does is it fills it with garbage data and attempts to create the door anyways, because I didn't want to have you accidentally, you do that and you get save again, and all it does is replace the semicolon. I didn't want to have you accidentally remove a room by hitting the specs, because you can change this room by changing the data in here. So I didn't want to do that. So, but you can still delete by making sure it's completely empty. It's empty, save room data. It's now gone. It's now off of the deal, and it's out of there. The other thing I did is I added these two buttons: add button press, remove button press. It doesn't do anything right now, but tomorrow we're going to add functionality to add and remove rooms, and then be able to save them, and then finally, I'll and then finally, I'll and then be able to save them. And finally, I'll the only thing I'll have left to do is connect. The only thing I'll have left to do is the connectors drawn. Is the connect to do is the connectors, drawing the connections. Anyways, that's what I did today, pretty much, and that's about it. And yeah, that's about it. And okay, good. That's good. What do I do? Oh, I didn't do anything. Okay. Let's go ahead over here. Okay, today is Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, and today we got major milestones, and that is, well, I don't need to put this anywhere in particular, I don't think, but, okay, so you see this plus and minuses up here? Plus, there's a new room right there, right? Put it anywhere you want. It's just got this new kind of, default, 000, anywhere you want. It's just got this, put it anywhere you want. It's just got this new kind of, default, 0, kind of, default, 0. It's just got this new kind of default 0, default 0, default. I thought no. Kind of default 000 new location 000 no origin new location label nothing in the description and so yeah that's great and so yeah that's great. Thing in the description that's great, right? So you can do that. Now if you look over here, nothing in here until you hit save data. Guess what? You just now created a new location. Check it out. There's the new location and it goes without saving. That's all right. Okay, so we got new location. Sorry, we got new location. If we go all the way down, we got new location meta, right? Okay. Now the other thing we can do, right? Okay. Now new location meta, right? Now the other thing we can do is select it, hit subtract. Now guess what? It's gone. There's no new location here because it deleted. Now I will have to fix it. I will have to delete it. Now I will. Now, I will have to fix it so it pops up some sort of message to ask if you really want to delete, so you can't just delete it willy-nilly, because right now you can. Whenever I select it, you can. Whenever I select it, it says no nodes selected. Of course, no nodes are selected until I do this. And here, like the node door to sky. Okay, so the selected room, it only works on rooms, it doesn't work on doors, so you can't accidentally delete a door. At least I don't think you can. I'll have to test that, but we'll see. And now you can add and remove doors, you can add and remove rooms, it'll save, you can delete them. So the only thing left is, like I said, to fix the, to make sure you can't just delete, like quickly. It gives some sort of message before actually deleting, confirming whether you want to delete or not. And then the other thing is visualizing the doors. In other words, putting the doors, door node. We do a lot of us in here. Door node, little nodules or little graphics. Little graphics across the bottom, connecting them to a room, and they can go directly to the top of the room that they're connected to. And then when I got that, the room that they're connected to. And then when I got that done, then I can go back to actually working on the game. So yeah, so that's what I got done, and look good. Yeah, so that's what I got done. I can just delete that. Awesome. This is gonna be shorter than I thought though, but that's so all right. I gotta take a leak, so give me a quick second here. Well, you know what? Um, I mean, they were pretty close here, I think. So yeah, that's pretty much how I do it, and I guess I can just stop the stream right here. And thanks for everybody who stopped by, and I'll catch you on Monday when we'll see if we can fix that crash bug, hopefully by next week. So yeah, thank you for watching.